Hi, everybody. Okay, you ready? I'm ready when you are.
Yep.
Going live on Channel 8 in just a little bit. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings, lots of tornado warnings. Luke, Garfield, Custer, confirmed tornado. Southwest of Burwell, nearly stationary. Tornado, okay. Hi there, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Rusty Dawkins. A bit of a severe weather threat that we have here for everybody this late afternoon. It is 4:20, and we've got a tornado warning. A couple of them just issued Custer County Central Custer County until 5 p.m. And then this one that I have highlighted, Custer, Garfield, and Luke County tornado warning that is in place. That one is for Luke, Garfield, and Custer until 5 p.m. It says 5 miles southwest of Burwell, nearly stationary. Weather spotters did confirm this tornado. That's why it's got that purplish pink color outline there to it. This tornado warning goes until 5 p.m. So I'm going to stick with you until this tornado warning is done. And we've got reports of also some inch to inch and a half hail associated with some of these storms. So lots going on here. I'm actually going to zoom out here just a little bit because that other tornado warning was just issued. There we go. So it's for the same storm. It's basically this area right here. So we have this tornado warning, Garfield, Custer, and Loop. So Central Custer County tornado warning. I'm not seeing that show up for some reason. Let me zoom out here a little bit. Oh, that's why I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. Okay. So now we have two tornado warnings. So we have a tornado warning southwest of Burwell and a tornado warning just west of Broken Bow. Let's see, let's look at this one right here. This is a tornado warning for Custer County. This goes also until 5 p.m. Tornado and $half size hail is possible. At 4:19, just a few minutes ago, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Callaway. That's 11 miles west of Broken Bow, and it's nearly stationary as well. So I'm going to put these into motion, and you'll see that once they form, they don't really go too far too fast. And I want to zoom in on a couple of different spots here, and we're going to check these out. So let's look at this one in Broken Bow first. Zoom in here a little bit. So just west of Broken Bow. And I'm going to put a different radar on this. So let's go with a velocity from North Platte. And yeah, you can see inside of that, near that rhino, which I've, to be honest, never heard of. That could just be just a little tiny blip on the map. But you can see this area right here. You got green and red right on top of each other. So a pretty good couplet there of rotation, thus the severe the tornado warning from the National Weather Service. I'm going to fire them up here real quick and make sure. Let's see, out of North Platte. Is that right? Yes, North Platte. Let's see. Yeah, just tornadoes confirmed by weather spotters according to the National Weather Service out of North Platte. Let's see. I'm going to zoom out. We're going to look at this other one up here too. So we got two areas. So there's an area right here that has some pretty good definition of rotation, and an area right here. I'm going to look at a different one, see if we can get a different view of this, possibly a little bit better look at it. See right there, and then this area right here. So if you live west of Broken Bow or north of Delight or southwest of Burwell, now these storms aren't moving very far very fast, so you have time to take cover if you're in the line of this, because they're stationary. It doesn't look like either one of these storms are moving in any particular direction. That's the latest from the National Weather Service, is that if they're moving any which way, the last time we got the severe thunderstorm warning, that one for west central Custer County, they were moving west at 10 miles per hour. So neither one of these storms have much of a direction, and it looks like they're kind of in open areas as well. So let's kind of go through each one here. I'm going to put the radar back on, and and there's kind of a wide look. A lot of severe weather out there. No watches, no tornado watch, no severe thunderstorm watch to be had right now. But of course, that doesn't mean anything. So 2 different tornado warnings. And then there's a severe thunderstorm warning over here just starting to slam into McCook. Let me get that information for you. Red Willow County, let's see. Red Willow and Hitchcock County until 4:30. This is for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, also barely moving to the north around 5 miles per hour. It looks like when it was warned, just right as it was moving into McCook, it has since weakened in McCook, and now it's strengthened again in southwestern Red Willow County. So these storms look like they're pulsing up and getting very strong very quickly, then they die off, but then they pulse up in a different area. So there's that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look at that information right there. Hitchcock and Red Willow until 4:30. So about 5 minutes left on that. And now let's go up here. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for the county of Lincoln, not the city, the county of Lincoln, and a flash flood warning. And then these 2 tornado warnings. I'm going to get a different radar here. I'm going to get the actual radar from the National Weather Service. It's interesting. Look at this storm. This is fascinating to look at. Look how it's pulsing out. It's reaching towards that other part. It right here reaches out and then grabs this, and now this storm is forming very quickly. So thus the rotation within this storm, a fascinating storm to watch as it reaches out, and then this storm quickly, I mean that's over the course of 10 minutes, goes from 0 to probably quarter-inch hail just near Sargent, and then this rotation is right near Burwell. So let's look at that rotation, because this is spotter confirmed that there was that it is a tornado warning 5 miles west southwest of Burwell, and that was from weather spotters. So okay, there was kind of an update right there. We're going to look at the velocity. Look at the North Platte one first. Not a really good look at it there. Not much there either. The Grand Island one. And not going to see anything there. So just, you can see, when you start to see that right there, this is a pretty good indicator that there's something happening between Sargent and Douglas Grove. So that's along 183, just northeast of Broken Bow. So right between Burwell and Broken Bow. So keeping a really, really close eye on that. And then there's 2 areas. I'm going to try to get this centered for everybody. Okay, that's new information there. So you've got this area here, and then this area here. So if you live in Broken Bow, they're on both sides of you, okay? But they're not moving. And if they are moving, they're just drifting this way and that. So a couple of different areas there of some rotation being noted. So tornado warnings are in place until 5 p.m. and they're nearly stationary. So, okay, let's get back to the radar. And it looks like these are both now, the one that was over by Burwell, between Burwell and Sargent, is now no longer confirmed. So I'm assuming that the tornado went up. So I think with these tornado warnings in mainly rural areas, from what I'm seeing, let's see, the one over by Loop, Garfield, and Custer County, between Sargent and Burwell, that's mainly over rural areas in southeastern Loop, southwestern Garfield, and northeastern Custer counties. Yeah, that's in a rural area, and then let's see this other one. Yeah, they're mainly over rural areas. So Sophia, I think we can probably try to get this this 4:30 show. I think we're going to try to go live. I'm just going to kind of do a quick overview here of these storms. I'll let you get set up. And I don't know if you want to go to commercial first. Let me know what to do in my ear, everybody in the back. I think we can do the 4:30 show. If I need to cut in every now and then and let you guys know what's going on, I think that's fine. But I kind of want to get the 4:30 show going. It looks like this line of storms is trying to fill in right here. So we're likely seeing the beginning of, I'm sure we're going to see some sort of watch eventually. But so yeah, let's try to get the 4:30 show. Okay, I can keep talking. Just let me know when you want me to get to the beginning of the show, and we'll do what we need to do. So that line right there is filling in very quickly. You've got another cluster of storms here moving into the North Platte area that's going to fill in with that line of storms. And not alone either. Look at over by Columbus, some stronger storms, strong storms over McCook. That was a warning that has been allowed to expire. So keeping an eye on these storms right here, just north of the capital city. Line of storms here. Everything's just going, I mean, everything's a big batch of storms almost all over the place. So the good news is there was a confirmed tornado warning. Now that has been allowed to turn into just a regular tornado warning, which means there's just rotation right now. That was in northeastern Custer County, and now it has turned to red instead of that purple color. So I think that means that does mean that there's okay, so we're going to get to the 4:30 show, so I'm going to send it to the beginning of the show. If anything comes back and I need to cut back in, I will let everybody know. So here we go, 4:30 show on the way.
Breaking out, a sentencing has been made in the University of Idaho murders. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Sophia Pullman. A judge has sentenced Brian Koberger to 4 consecutive life sentences as the victims' families had the chance to speak to him face to face for the first time in court. Here's ABC's Alice Stone with the latest.
Okay, just trying to do a live show here at the same time. Okay. Big line of storms here. And this is going to fill in. Then a cluster of storms over by Columbus, non-severe. Cluster storms over by McCook, non-severe. Okay, this warning goes until 5 o'clock. Custer, Garfield, and Loop. Tornado warning for Custer County until 5. put this one on here.
Also breaking now, a federal judge in Florida blocks the Department of Justice's request to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury records tied to past investigations. The records from 2005 to 2007 grand jurors in West Palm Beach remain sealed. The judge says the DOJ failed to provide strong enough legal grounds to override the secrecy rules that protect grand jury materials. The DOJ wanted to transfer the case to New York, where similar requests are pending, but that motion was also rejected. Meanwhile, the House Oversight Committee has formally issued a subpoena for Maxwell to occur at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tallahassee on August 11th. If heat wasn't enough, the threat of severe weather looms over Calvert City. Right now, we're taking a live look at Lincoln for cover camera. Nothing but blue skies across the metro, but a noticeable lack of clouds that could make it fairly difficult to escape the heat. Let's go ahead and check in with Chief Meteorologist Rusty Dawkins and see how long these temps will linger. Rusty, what's it looking like? I know you have severe weather in some areas.
Yeah, we have strong severe storms. We're on the wrong button, you guys. This lead weather one, the max
One is what we should be on, so I'm sure we're probably not going to be using the right one here. Let me see if I can get the right thing pulled up here. Probably not, and this is my fault for not telling you. We'll just kind of zoom in here, and there you go. There's a big line of storms right there. This is the area that we're, okay, now we've got weather 2 up. Perfect, okay.
we got the right one up. What's happening is we basically have 2 tornado warnings that were issued just moments ago, and so now we're playing a little catch up here. So tornado warning here for Western Garfield, that was on top. While it was confirmed, storm spotters did see a tornado on the ground. Now not anymore, but there's still some strong rotation. You can do very well, Sergeant. And there's just a conventional warning here for Western Garfield, moving at 445. Tornado warning for Western County, also strong rotation associated southwest of Broken Bow towards the lake. And then zooming out, so conventional warning here in the southeastern parts of Lincoln. And then you have a strong storm here that's no longer severe, near the road in Broken County. So lots going on, and I'll talk more about all of this coming up.
Thanks, Rusty. We'll continue to keep us updated. Let's go ahead and get a first look at your Wednesday traffic. For those commuting out of town, we're taking a live look at 84th Street and Cornhusker Highway. Traffic looking fairly light at this hour, so nothing to worry about in terms of driving times. Breaking out, Channel 8's Danielle De Silva on the scene of a rescue operation in Lincoln.
All right, let's go here.
New at 4:30, city officials revealing a high-dollar park renovation plan.
All right, let's look at all that lightning. Uh, 334 lightning bolts. That's not a lot. Okay.
Don't go anywhere when we come back. A robber's unlucky day. Coming up, how one suspect tried stealing something from one local store that wasn't even there. And a tragic story yielding a good cause. How Sam Folds banned
Jinx, not until after midnight. Good job. Yeah, I might. If you have time, that would be great. I know it's, I already ate up most of it.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah.
Do you want any more time since you're
I was just talking to you. Did you not hear me? Okay. Yes, please, and whatever you got. Okay.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go here. Huh. Okay, so it's that, and then we'll just do that, and that, and that. So, okay, ooh, there's the watch. Okay, 3:30 for the B block. Okay, now I got a watch was just issued. They're doing this at the worst possible time. Oh, darn it. Okay, so we'll just go like this. Okay, so there is that. SBC. Okay, so this goes until midnight. It's today, the 24th. Alright, so severe thunderstorm. Ethan, come on, man. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. Less.
Breaking now, a man
Less
is
severe for
rescued
Lincoln.
by emergency crews in Lincoln. Welcome back and thank you for sticking with us. If you are just tuning in, Lincoln rescue teams finally freed a man who fell into a 12-foot deep hole. The incident happening around 11 a.m. near Grays Peak Road at the corner of Belford Street. First responders immediately showing up. The man is in stable condition. The hole is stabilized and there is no longer a concern for any hazardous or toxic materials. We'll keep you updated as we learn more. New at 4:30, an armed robber trying to steal alcohol from a liquor convenience store.
Okay, those asking about Lincoln, here's what it looks like at like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. Storms a weaken, so Lincoln is likely not going to see severe weather, but still possible.
And we're tracking a severe weather threat. Chief Meteorologist
I'm live.
Rusty Dawkins joins us now with the latest. Rusty?
Okay, this kind of happened really fast over the last 20 minutes or so. So, plenty more catch up here. And severe thunderstorm watch through midnight tonight. This was issued like 3 minutes ago, maybe 2 minutes ago. So this goes through midnight, north central, central, southwest Nebraska, does not
Not a light buildup to be aware of, but nothing too serious that should extend your drive. As the area deals with dangerous heat, one town is fearful of running out of water. New developments, Texas officials begin a formal
That was me, haunted
investigation
doll.
into deadly floods. In today's special hearing, investigators are looking into how response teams handled the emergency and how the disaster could have been prevented. Next week, state lawmakers will hear directly from survivors in the hardest hit areas. At least 135 people were killed, including more than 100 people who died in Crook County. Happening tonight, Nebraska's big rodeo kicks off. After weeks of tirelessly recovering from a storm that devastated the venue's grandstands, the big event is on. Gates open at 6:30 with the rodeo slated to start at 7:30. Festivities will carry on after the rodeo wraps up behind the bleachers in the beer garden. Stick with us when we come back. A handful of Husker volleyball players land on an elite list. Sports director Nate Johnson tells us which stars have found themselves on a prolific watch list. And coming up at 6, a local organization is looking to make a difference. Hear what they are doing to clean up the environment. We'll be right back.
Oh, no, that's our anchor. We're actually live right now on TV, so that's why I'm not talking. Kevin, there's tornado warnings, so I'd rather not get strong storms in Lincoln. Yeah, I've mentioned this. Storms will be after midnight in the Lincoln area. Okay, got to do this. I gotta update the website.
Okay, While the focus has been on football lately, it's time to talk some volleyball. A couple of Nebraska volleyball stars have been named to this year's AVCA watch list. Channel 8 Sports Director Nate Johnson has the details. Thanks, Nate. And we're tracking severe weather threats in our area. Rusty has a final look at your forecast.
Okay, we're gonna try to do this in 1 minute. See if I can do it. Severe thunderstorm watch in place until midnight tonight, north, central, northeast, through southwest Nebraska, including central Nebraska, nothing in eastern Nebraska yet. We may see that change as we get closer to midnight, because these are still well off to the west, and they're not moving east very far, very fast. Tornado warnings are in place. This one right here for northeastern Custer County into Garfield and Boone County, we grew up Sergeant. You can kind of see some rotation right there between Sergeant and Douglas Girls. Severe thunderstorm warning was over here. Tornado warning here for Custer County, between Broken Bow and Light. That's until 5 o'clock. And then just as live storms here, anywhere from an inch to an inch and a half, possible. Even a strong storm here between Brook and Cambridge. So low temperatures, 10 to 200 mil high temperatures for the day, in the middle and upper 80s and low 90s. We'll have more forecast details going up at the top.
That will do it for Channel 8 News at 4:30. Join us at the top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Okay, now we go right into the 5 o'clock show. I don't know. Do you guys want me to stay live if I'm not talking very much? Oh, good. There's other meteorologists telling me what's going on. That's just what I wanted to see.
I thought that was fun. It was really good. Well, I liked every bit of it. So, very fun. Not that. It's always like a good time. Like, there's nothing more. Sorry about the graphics, the rest. I don't have.
What? I have no time to worry about anything right now. So whatever. We'll talk about it later.
See you guys.
Bye, Don. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. So I am trying to get the latest information here. Okay, so that tornado warning will be gone. Probably be reissued. Okay. Let's do Central Custer.
Rod, check.
Not hearing anything. Wait.
We need to catch you up on several breaking news stories.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 9, 10, 1, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 5:15.
Everybody run
This
out, everybody
one,
check,
Valley
check.
until 5:30.
Yeah, I had everything else plugged in except that.
Okay.
Thank you.
What's this one? Okay, Northeastern Custer County. Till 5:30. Lincoln Custer.
We need to catch you up on several stories breaking now as we come on the air. A daring rescue by Lincoln Fire and Rescue and Nebraska Task Force One helping a construction worker from sinking 10 feet under. Plus, some closure for the families impacted by the University of Idaho murders with the suspect now sentenced. And two big moves in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, one regarding his grand jury records and another his former co-conspirator.
But we begin with severe weather alert. Dangerous heat and humidity returns to southeast Nebraska, bringing a chance for storms. Here's a live look at the conditions at the hour. This is our Allo camera in the Telegraph District. The mill is having a concert there tonight. The main threat will be damaging wind. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. I'm Sophia Pullman.
And I'm Rod Fowler for the tracking and the timing of the storm. Let's get right over to Chief Meteorologist Rusty Dawkins.
Okay.
He's been a busy man.
You can come to me, it's fine. We got a tornado warning that was just issued seconds ago. Tornado warning for east central Custer County. This goes until 5:45. Tornado and $half size hail is a possibility. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Weisert or 9 miles east of Broken Bow, moving south at 15 miles per hour. So let's take the graphic and I'll go through all of the information because there's a lot of warnings right now. We saw a lot of them just issued not too long ago. So let's get through all of these. There's the tornado warning for Custer County until 5:45. That was just issued. I'm going to zoom all the way out and kind of show you just a broad overview first. This line of storms right here really got enhanced. And we're going to see how long these storms last. But here's severe thunderstorm warning for east central Custer County until 5:45. That is for, one second, that is for $half size hail and a potential for tornadoes. It is, let's see, moving south at 15 miles per hour. This one is north central Custer County until 5:15. It looks like that one may have been allowed to expire because that's not there anymore. So that's some good news there. Northwestern Valley County. No, this is Custer and Lincoln County. Let me get back to that one. That goes until 5:45. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. There's Frontier County. This is for, let's see, Frontier County until 5:30. This is moving northeast barely at 5 miles per hour, 60 mile per hour wind gusts and $half size hail. So low temperatures today in the 70s, which is just incredible. But I want to show this as well. We have a severe thunderstorm watch. Let me get to that graphic real quick, and then I'll send it over to Rod here. But a severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until midnight tonight for north central, northeast Nebraska through central Nebraska into south central and southwest Nebraska. And I can hear everybody already asking, is Lincoln going to be included eventually? Possibly. If these storms that we just went through eventually make it into eastern Nebraska and are still strong to severe, additional watches may be possible. But for now, this is the area most likely to see severe weather through midnight. So we'll kind of detail all of this coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you, Rusty. Let us know if we need to come back to you. And a big problem is arising in one small town just in time for some danger.
Okay.
The city of Bennett issuing an emergency warning saying the water tower there could run dry. Tonight, people are under water restrictions. Channel 8's Karen LaCrest is on the scene with what's causing the problem and how families are responding. Karen?
Why was that messed up? Valley, Valley, Valley. There it is. That's not there anymore. That's what messed me up. Northeastern coast.
Thanks, Karen. Breaking now, a construction worker back on land after spending hours trapped in a hole. Lincoln Fire and Rescue spending hours under the sun's heat to remove the man. You can see them hard at work in this video sent to our National News app. Officials saying the trench you can see here ended up burying the man. The man was part of a small crew privately contracted to do some plumbing for a home on Great Heat Court. But the incident could have become worse without emergency crews arriving in mere minutes. Channel 8's Daniel De Silva spoke with officials on the scene to learn what was done to save the fallen man.
Okay. 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 I really hope no other warnings are issued for a little bit. Jeez. Oh my goodness. So let's see. What can I be doing? Okay, I think I'm okay.
Breaking now, a federal judge in Florida blocks the DOJ's request to unseal Jeffrey Epstein's grand jury records. The records from 2005 to 2007 grand jurors in West Palm Beach remain sealed. The judge says the DOJ failed to provide strong enough legal grounds to override the secrecy rules that protect grand jury materials. The DOJ wanted to transfer the case to New York, where similar requests are pending, but that motion was also rejected. Meanwhile, the House Oversight Committee has formally issued a subpoena for Maxwell to occur at the Federal Correctional Institution in Tallahassee on August 11th.
Well, breaking now, Ryan Kohlberger wins his fate for the murder of 4 Idaho College students. He's going to serve 4 consecutive life sentences. You can see people lining up outside the courthouse here for a chance to attend the sentencing. This comes nearly 3 years after the 4 students were murdered. Just recently, Kohlberger decided to plead guilty in order to avoid the death penalty, ending years of claims of his innocence. Ahead of the sentencing, the victims' families had the chance to speak to him face to face for the first time.
Sam Foltz and then Mike Sapper.
One of the most searing statements coming from the sister of victim Kaylee Gonzalez. was given the opportunity to address the court but said only 3 words, I respectfully decline. He's likely to be assigned to Idaho's only maximum security prison.
New tonight, we're hearing from the family of a beloved Husker nearly a decade after his tragic death. Tonight marks 9 years since the hearts of Husker Nation were broken by Sam Foltz' death. He and Michigan State punter Mike Sadler were killed in a car crash while returning from a kicking camp in Wisconsin. Foltz was entering his senior year as the starting punter at Nebraska. Off the field, the Greeley native gave back and always spent time volunteering in his community. His family started a foundation in his name following his death, which gives back to local causes close to Sam's heart. Sam's family is asking the community to make a $27 donation to the organization. Coming up at 10, hear how his family continues to honor Sam's memory.
And we have plenty of stories to come, all new at 6 o'clock.
And that includes mocking Mother Earth, why a group taking to turning up a public park is stressing the importance of their broad mission.
And after the break, prolific placement to what handful of Husker volleyball players are landing on an elite watch list. And if you spend a little too much on school supplies or have a bunch laying around the house, you have a chance to give back. We are hosting our 2nd annual school supply drive with the Lincoln Community Learning Center. Stop by our station here on South 10th Street, just south of Van Dorn. Tomorrow, to drop off your donations, will be out in the parking lot here from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, Omaha after midnight, Tom. And Hi Craig's is correct. We are doing a live broadcast right now. So it's this is the hard part about doing YouTube lives at 5 and 6 and 4:30. Because I have another job. But at 5:30, I will return to answering all kinds of questions. Whew, I can take a breath. Oakley dokley. Let's see. Thanks, Kevin. New information there, that tornado warning. Let's see what that is. Radar indicated rotation. It's 9 miles east of Broken Bow, moving south at 10 miles per hour. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be a long day. The funny part is, it was this area right here that had the slight risk today, not down here. So, I don't even know where I'm at. Hang on. Okay. News is back on.
If you're just getting home, we are staying on top of some breaking news. A worker is recovering tonight after being trapped in a hole. The scary scene unfolding north of 14th and Fletcher on the north side of Lincoln. LFR says the soil collapsed around a person working with a plumbing company, trapping them in a trench. It's estimated to be 12 feet deep. Investigators are working to determine what led up to the collapse.
Right now, Lincoln Police sharing an uplifting report that they say is community driven. LPD stating they've responded to 378 reports of auto theft so far
All right.
this year. That's a 36%
Live weather coming up in 30 seconds.
And the thefts are even smaller than that. What you're looking at here are all the areas LPD is reporting these vehicle thefts. All the red dots you see scattered across the screen represent stolen vehicles, but the clumps of purple mean someone tried to steal a vehicle. A big chunk of both numbers happening near the downtown area. LPD says one of the factors contributing to the decline comes from a trend fading out. This refers to a social media trend where people try to steal Kia and Hyundai vehicles. LPD says the decline won't keep them from being on the lookout in these areas.
As a general overview, this is kind of what's going on. We have a Susan Short Watch, that's this box right here, from Sioux City, Colonial, North Platte, includes North Grand Island. We're going to be this line from right here, Susan Short Watch, until midnight tonight. Now, we have had those tornado warnings, and we'll get to that in a second. I'll set the stage first. I know, Lincoln, Lancaster County, lots of questions about our community through later on. Possible, I'll show you why here in a minute, but how does Lincoln have this hot? Look at the difference. 93 in Lincoln, but some rain showers moved through Columbus, now it's down to 79, 68 in North Platte. Unfortunately, they have a lot of flooding going on. More on that in a second too. Temperatures are very low, very humid. 93 Omaha, 93 in Lincoln, 76 for Dew Point, in Lincoln, 77 in York, 76 in Aurora. So there's a lot of moisture to be had. So the heat index way up there, 100 to 105 for the heat index. Now there is a certain thunderstorm watch north central, northeast Nebraska, through central Nebraska towards Cook and south central Nebraska. Again, if we see those storms hang on as they move from west to east tonight, we could see additional watches. Right now, this is the best area, the highest potential for the strong storms through midnight. But if it looks like we'll see storms further east after midnight, then we would see additional watches. It's just kind of a wait and see, because right now, everything is severe. But we all know lately, the storms have, when they get further east, they kind of diminish, except for one night, when we have all of that energy wind blow through the city of Lincoln. So it doesn't mean we're going to see those storms weaken necessarily, but we'll just have to monitor it. A lot of that here's what's going on in and around the Lincoln area. Going to look at this tornado warning here real quick. That's a severe thunder, that's a tornado warning observed east of Broken Bow. And I got to get the information on here for this one. So just 1 second, bear with me as I get this information. It is a, let's see, confirmed tornado was located near Westerville. That's 11 miles east of Broken Bow, moving southeast at 15 miles per hour. So this is moving away from Broken Bow, but towards Highway 183. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado. Flying debris will be possible as this confirmed tornado, which was located near Westerville, and that's 11 miles east of Broken Bow, but it's moving southeast. So this storm right here, I'm going to put a little tracker on this. It is not moving very fast. It's moving 15 miles per hour. So we'll go right there, and it's Westerville at 533. That's basically the only one that's in the path of this storm. So Custer County tornado warning until 5:45. That is a confirmed tornado. Just, as I was talking about, a confirmed tornado. So we're going to go through a couple of these here. That's that one for until 5:45. And then we have also a severe thunderstorm warning just on the other edge of this. 7-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail possible with that wind northeast at 15 miles per hour. So, did you hear what I said there for a
Rusty. Coming up new at 6, field facelift.
A select number of baseball diamonds are in for some renovations. How the city plans to revitalize the baseball fields, they say, have seen some better days. Stay with us.
Okay.
Okay. We're out of time. Rusty has raised on the weather as it happens, and we'll see it sits.
All right. What is? Okay. All right. Yeah, I had to block that guy. I know where he was going. And I don't allow that on my channel. Okay. Let's get back to the warnings. There's that. Confirmed tornado warning there east of Broken Bow, moving southeast. And then severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning. That no longer warned there, so that can be deleted. Delete that. Okay, and then a wider review. Okay.
Just us? Okay, how much time do I get?
Just 12 seconds. Lots. We're out of time. Rusty will keep you updated as the weather warrants.
We will see you back here at 6.
All right. Okay. Hi, everybody.
Do you have a spot back here that Jessica and Andrew would see this?
Yeah.
For Annie.
I have a tornado warning going on. Okay, so that confirmed tornado warning continues. I'm going to kind of zoom in to over here. There you go. So just southeast of Logan. Not sure what you're talking about. I'm fine. I've been doing this for 25 years. All good. Thanks though. So that tornado warning, I'm going to zoom in here and just kind of look at this. In fact, I'm going to go on air with this one.
Let's do a cut in. There's still that tornado warning. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go on, this is fine for now. I'm gonna go on Channel 8 here live because there is confirmed tornado. So we're just gonna talk about that on TV and on YouTube. So, oh man. I have one of those days. Dropped my pen. I have no idea what just dropped over there. Goodness sakes. Okay. That warning was allowed to expire. That's good. Okay. I'm ready whenever you guys are ready in the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2. Hang on. Let me get a different one here. Let's go. Delete. Okay. All right. I'm ready. Good afternoon, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Rusty Dawkins. Just wanted to briefly cut in and let you guys know that about this tornado warning that is in place for, see the tornado warning highlighted in pink there until 5:45. So just about another 14 or 15 minutes. It is confirmed. There's a tornado on the ground. Storm spotters have advised that there is a tornado on the ground, or was not too long ago, just east of Broken Bow. So wanted to cut in and make sure everybody that lives in and around this area is safe. So we have a tornado warning that is in place, and I'm going to give you the information on that right here real quick. There we go. Tornado warning remains in effect until 5:45 for East Central Custer County. At 5:17, which was about 15 minutes ago, a confirmed tornado was located near Westerville. This is 11 miles east of Broken Bow, moving southeast at around 15 miles per hour. So damaging tornado and $half size hail. This is a weather spotter confirmed tornado. So that's why I'm on with you right now. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that lives in eastern Custer County, especially along Highway 183. And really around the Broken Bow area, because these storms have been kind of popping up and getting strong fairly quickly. So we'll kind of go through the warnings here, and then I'll get you back to programming. But we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings here, tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning here for Custer County until 6 p.m. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. We also have Custer and Lincoln County until 5:45. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind and quarter-size hail. Looks like some new information there. Yeah, still 60-mile-per-hour wind and quarter-size hail, but the severe thunderstorm was northeast of Brady, 30 miles southwest of Stapleton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Getting reports here, and none of them are for us, so that's some good news there. Once again, just wanted to give you a little heads up on what is happening, and we'll zoom out here a little bit. Notice nothing for Grand Island, nothing for Lincoln yet. but these storms will eventually pull south and east. So the area most concerning right now is this area through the next couple of hours, and then eventually this will pull into this area as we head towards sunset, and then it'll eventually get into the Lincoln, Beatrice, and Omaha area well after sunset, probably closer to midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. So you're looking at 3 different time periods here, and the first one is in western Nebraska. And I've got a lot of questions lately. Why are all of a sudden all of these storms happening overnight in the Lincoln area? It's because of this pattern we're in. They start in western Nebraska and slowly move to the east and get into eastern Nebraska well after sunset. A couple of years ago, they started like in the Grand Island and Columbus area, and then moved into the Lincoln area around 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and then we're out of our hair before midnight. Not the case this year, and this is kind of how it was last year. So wanted to give you that information. Also, severe thunderstorm watch is in effect until midnight for central, northeastern, and southwestern Nebraska. And again, this area right here, not in a watch, but if these storms can stay strong over the next few hours, and it looks like they may stay strong or intensify as they move into eastern Nebraska, like we saw just a couple of weeks ago when we had all that wind damage in the capital city. It is possible we see another watch in parts of eastern Nebraska after the midnight severe thunderstorm watch is allowed to expire. One more time, I want to talk about the tornado warning that's in place for Custer County until 5:45. So keeping a close eye on that, and then also severe thunderstorm watches for parts of southwestern Custer County into southeastern parts of the county of Lincoln. So I'm keeping a close eye on these storms. There's a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. You can watch the crawl at the bottom of your screen. If things ramp up a little bit, I'll be sure to cut in. So keep it tuned to Channel 8. I'll keep you up to date. Okay. All right, YouTube, how you doing? All right. No, I didn't bring Pop-Tarts. I used a hamburger bun with peanut butter and jelly. And peanut butter filled pretzels. Okay. Trying to get everything charged up here for the 6 o'clock. Lots going on. Anybody have any questions? I lost 3 people. Mm-hmm. Switch to a different camera. My chair is really squeaky lately. Okay, so that tornado warning's still there. Let's zoom in on that and check it out, shall we? Velocity, North Platte, that's kind of on the edge. All right, there's one. All right. I mean, this is broad rotation. I mean, it keeps mentioning Westerville, so I think it's probably this rotation right there. I think I was in Westerville a couple of weekends ago. I think. Drove through a lot of Nebraska a couple weekends ago. Appreciate that, Sue. Haunted Doll, appreciate it. Logan, good luck with school. Here's kind of a broad overview.
You guys need any help tonight, call me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Everyone in the morning team too, if they need me.
Okay. So we'll see. I mean, this is I was hoping to be able to go home for dinner tonight, but that's probably not going to be the case. Look what's happening, though. Look at that. This is interesting. Notice how this is kind of angling that way, and these storms are going this way. That's why we're getting that spin right there, because there's 2 different things going 2 different directions. Craig, it sure is taking its time. This is what every single storm has done this year. where it sits in this, wherever it forms, it sits there for a while. It just sits there. I mean, let's look at the radar loop over the last 3 hours. Let me get that going. Okay, see how it formed right there? It's just been sitting there for 2 hours. And then once the line forms, then it goes, oh yeah, and starts moving. How strong is this cold front? No, it's not really it's kind of turned into a cold front. Will it strengthen or weaken? Well, I hope it doesn't strengthen. There's already tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings. That would be, it's going to probably stay where it's at for a while, and then as it moves east, it will either strengthen or weaken. We'll see. We'll see what it runs into. And there's a lot of unstable air out in front of it, so it'll probably hang on to its strength for quite a while. Now, this isn't going to stay this way. Even though there's all that instability, you see that storm right there in Columbus? It didn't go severe. So just because there's instability in an unstable atmosphere doesn't mean that all hell will break loose. But these are already strong. So likely what happens when it runs into all of this, eventually, it will continue on its journey, being strong. So oh, okay. I got a lot, 18 severe thunderstorm alerts on my phone from when I first, jeez, that's how fast those started coming through. How does the National Weather Service do that? Okay. So that goes until 5:45, that tornado warning. Look at that. It's very interesting how that's doing that, though. This is moving south. This is moving northeast. So that explains why there's rotation there. Everything's just kind of running into each other. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. All right. I got to figure out what I'm going to do around 9 o'clock. I'm trying to think ahead. We have some recordings we have to do in the studio at 9 o'clock for an hour. So I'm going to figure out how to take this show on the road. All right. So anyway, I'm here, caught up. I should probably not start streaming until I get caught up, because if you look at the beginning of this, I probably looked like a madman. And then people at work try to talk to me while there's a tornado warning. I'm like, guys, I don't care. Whatever. Talk to me later. Ooh. Okay. All right. So let's see. I know I had to delete one guy. I'm looking back through. What everybody had to say. Craig's is trying to get banned by saying a particular word. I see that. Okay. And thanks again to Kevin for the W in the chat. That was awesome. Interesting to see the development near O'Neill and how now further out in front near Albion. Yeah, it's getting into a nice line. Let's see. Mike says, beside the storms, these dew points are getting ridiculous. I agree. I mean, it's that time of year, though. When you start to get that corn that's really high, I mean, that corn sweat is a real thing. So, I mean, look at how crazy. So you had, I'm gonna move this back. So this was an hour ago, and you had kind of a mess here. You kind of had a line here, and then you had a cluster here, and then all of this down here, and then all kind of this willy-nilly over here. Didn't make any sense, but I knew it was going to line up. So now clear all that out, and now look at it. Little more in the shape of a line, and it's almost, I mean, it's pretty straight right now, but it does have a little bit of a curve to it, so it's trying to turn itself into that wind threat, which that still a hail threat there, hail threat there, hail threat there. It's still, there's still blobs, but it's turning into a line. So when it turns into that line, it all everything just kind of falls into place, and then it starts pushing, it starts moving, and that's when you get your wind threat. And to be honest, I'd rather have the wind threat than the tornado and the hail threat. So we'll see how long it takes to do that. I wonder what it's like to be a troll on YouTube. Like I had to block that one guy that was just saying some random stuff. He probably goes to all the different weather channels just trying to spew out all the things that he wants to say, hoping he doesn't get blocked. And then he gets blocked. And he moves on to the next one. Can you imagine doing that? Like, that's all he does. Steve, backyard is next to a large field of corn. I used to play softball, I think it was in Waverly, and the outfield was a cornfield. This was several years ago, but it was awesome. It was a home run if the ball flew into the corn. It was a ground rule double if it rolled into the corn. GI is looking very funky right now. Like Cole Medina funky, or there's a new warning for Custer County. Okay, so no more tornado warnings. Jeez. Severe thunderstorm warning for Custer County. $50 size hail, 60 mile per hour wind. So that's good. I mean, not good, but it's better than a tornado warning. So okay, I think we may be done with the tornado threat. I'm not saying we are, but things are lining up. Hi, Rod.
Okay.
Want to say hi to YouTube?
Pardon?
Want to say hi to YouTube?
Oh, hi YouTube. Can they see me? I'm waving at them.
Hang on, let me get out of there. There you go. So you look over there.
Oh,
right
there I am.
And it's that camera,
Uh-huh.
and then I use this. So this all takes care of it over here. I put the graphic in there. I could, hide the camera, show the camera, hide the audio, turn the audio on, whatever I want to do.
Are they watching right now?
Yeah.
Isn't
Well,
this guy great?
there's 79 people.
Isn't this guy great? He does these things to keep people abreast of what's going on. Plus, he educates. I know he educates me, and I'm sure he's doing the same with you. So
Those are trivia questions, so that doesn't.
anyway, good to see everybody.
Thanks, Rod. He will be live on KLKN in about 13 minutes. So just 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That's good. There's that one there. Custer until 6:30. And that one right there, Custer until 6. So that one will be allowed to expire in about 13 minutes. Trina, appreciate that. Hannah Dahl, Brooke, appreciate that. So it looks like Custer County has kind of been the centrally located area for the severe weather today. And I'm already tired, so I'm drinking coffee. Let's see, Lincoln got up to 93 today. Grand Island got up to 92. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. Now, if anybody is watching wondering, okay, is Lincoln going to see this? Okay, notice no watch for Lincoln, Beatrice, Omaha. But those storms are like right here, right? So that's probably over the next couple of hours. And then the storms will move into this area as we get towards and past sunset. Now, once you get into that area, once the storms are here, that's when we start to look downstream. Okay, are these storms hanging on? Are they strong? Are they expected to diminish? Start looking at model data. You start looking at, what's the dew point? What's the temperature? Where's the low level jet at? Looking at all of these different criteria, and then we figure out, and Storm Prediction Center, the National Weather Service, they look at it and say, okay, do we need a watch downstream? That is usually determined, a couple of hours before the storms would move into that area. They start looking at it. And then once it's like an hour away or so, they would issue a watch or not, depending on what they think is going to happen. And if you look at the storms over the last month, there's been probably 3 or 4 times where the storms diminished by the time they got into the Lincoln area, but there was that one time that they intensified. I remember because I came home, I let Houston take over just to kind of monitor things just in case. Glad I did. And they ramped up, and we saw 60, 70, 75 mile per hour winds blow through the capital city. So got to keep a close eye on it. Just because it happens one time doesn't mean it's going to happen another time. Let's see, living out of state but checking weather because of family in central area. Loop City update, Gladiator tornado warnings. There you go. I need to get ready for the 6. Okay, so that means I'm just going to do this. That there, zoom in here. That's until 6:30. That's good. And then this one, I think that expires at 6. It does. So I'm not going to include that, but I do want to include. Oops. This. Okay. Ooh, am I older? Ranby's older than me. I'm older than the other Rusty. I'm probably Ken and Brad are older than me. Brandon is younger than me. I'm not sure about the Omaha people though. Okay, then zooming out. And then I don't want these anymore. That. Okay. Where are we at here? Okay, first weather. That's that. Then I'll worry about that down the road. Okay. Okay, just a heads up, guys. The weather has kind of calmed down.
Okay.
There's still going to be one severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warnings are done, but I mean, this storm is lining up. So there's still a lot of potential for severe weather, but if things hold true, 8 minutes from now, we'll have one warning. So I shouldn't need extra time. Knocking on wood. So there's that. Kind of want.
He just said thanks for starting to kind of blank out a
Yeah, it won't be like last time where there was a confirmed tornado warning, so that, I just blew through whatever. So, I mean, it could still happen again, but right now things look like it's tolerable.
Gotcha. We'll all be watching. Thought I overheard.
Okay.
something about that, so
Okay.
when I came out.
I was gonna come in and tell you.
I don't know why, for whatever reason, just like some mics are just disabled in my headset.
Really?
I flipped like the toggle every which way. And it's just,
Trying to listen to me or talk to me?
listen.
Oh, I heard you, but
Right.
I don't, yeah, sometimes, I mean, he was, whoever was doing the 4:30. Dominic, he was trying to talk to me, and I was answering him, and then he came out and said, I'm like, no, I was just responding to you, and he couldn't hear me either.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure what the deal is.
Yeah, who knows? I can put tickets in.
Yeah.
Or something.
Okay. Okay, so there's that. Look at Beatrice. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, North Platte's underwater. Here's from the North Platte Post.
I saw that.
Did you? Okay. Did you see?
Holy cow.
Okay, let's see. It'll be interesting to see what this line of storms does, though, because we've got, this right here is pretty new, and it's going to run into this. And when storms run into storms, one of two things happen. They either knock each other out or twist up, and we'll see. But it is trying to line up. I mean, all of this is trying to get inside of this line. And then this is out in front of it. What are you guys doing? That's interesting. Must be a prefrontal boundary layer blowing through, like an outflow boundary. Peas pleased. That's a cool name. And you're welcome. Peas pleased. Okay, I gotta put my microphone on. It's almost TV time. Oh.
Rob, have you ever used how if we work a holiday, we get a day? Have you ever used them like early? Or requested to use them, like, example, I want to use my Labor Day in September, in December, but I haven't worked September yet, so can I request to use it in December right now?
I'm doing that. I'm using probably Christmas and Thanksgiving in mid-November. Just gonna use it, and that way.
It's like you said, by that time in December, there's gonna be X amount of days you can take that conflict. It's end of the year.
I'm not scared of her, I just don't want to have to deal with her being rude about it.
Well,
Steve. I am Steve. No, we don't say that word, Steve. It is my most hated word. It's like the one rule I have. Well, that and a few other things. Okay, so there's that. Let's go to Alacam and Beatrice.
Right now, Old Cheney Road in Lincoln is back to normal after another crash that took down traffic lights. Our cameras catching the aftermath today. One of our team members sending this video to our Now Local News app showing the front of one car smashed in. This scene causing quite the backup on Old Cheney Nebraska Parkway. We're told a 35-year-old man is recovering in the hospital from serious injuries.
And a big problem is arising in one small town just in time for some major receiving. We're talking about the city of Bennett. It's issuing an emergency warning saying water tower there could run dry, and tonight people are under water restrictions. Charlie's Care with Press is on the scene with what's causing the problem and how families are responding. Karen? Just a reminder during the full fight, you get them over here. 60, senor. During the fight at Oak Lake, I need to come back over here.
Oh, hey.
Next here on New Tonight, we're hearing from the family of a beloved Husker nearly a decade after his tragic death. Tonight marks 9 years since the hearts of Husker Nation were broken by Sam Foltz' death. He and Michigan State punter Mike Sadler were killed in a car crash while returning from a kicking camp in Wisconsin. Foltz was entering his senior year as the starting punter at Nebraska. Off the field, the Greeley native gave back and always spent time volunteering in his community. His family started a foundation in his name following his death, which gives back to local causes close to Sam's heart. Sam's family is asking the community to make a $27 donation to the organization.
Okay. And looks like we got a new warning here for Greeley, Nance, Merrick, and Howard until 7:15. I believe that's. Let me get on a different graphic here. Right there. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning for Greeley, Howard, Merrick, and Nance until 7:15. 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. It is moving northeast very slowly at 15 miles per hour. Interesting though. It's out in front of the main line. So, what does that mean? That means this right here will likely just sit there and wait for everything to catch up to it, which it will. And that's probably going to propagate this to move faster so it does catch up to it. And that circled area will just wait for it. That might actually happen with this storm here too. That's kind of moving to the east. It's like maybe it's far enough away. But this right here, it's almost moving towards that storm. So severe thunderstorm warning for Greeley, Nance, Merrick, and Howard. New mesoscale discussion. Cool. I mean, we kind of already know. I mean, probably what it's. I mean, I'll look just so I don't speak out of turn, but. Let's see. Think. Oh yeah, that's that mesoscale discussion is for the watch that's already in place. That's all that was. Sometimes they issue mesoscale discussions in advance of a watch, and sometimes they issue them when there's already a wet watch in place and talks about, okay, yeah, we're going to keep this watch going, no, we're going to cancel it. That's what that mesoscale, that new mesoscale discussion was. So just a heads up on that. Turn this off. Given a report, if you open another tab on your computer and type in. Oh. Okay. And Craig's, yeah, it's for the current watch. It's not new. So thunderstorm warning just issued. Boy, that's okay. So it's starting to turn into a wind thing. Notice how that's a really big severe thunderstorm warning. Phelps, Kearney, Gosper, Buffalo, Sherman, and Dawson until 7:15. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Might see some quarter size hail. It's starting to move. Is it quicker? Let's see. Moving east at 40 miles per hour. Yep. So the storms are starting to evolve into more of a straight line event, which is expected. That's exactly what we were talking about. Kind of looking back at past comments, Kathy seems to think I'm a cowboy. That's weird. Yeah, you can see this kind of starting to bend like this and around and like that. Classic reverse C. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. So, just to reiterate, this watch is in the perfect spot. The warnings and the line of storms is right down the middle of it, right there. And this severe thunderstorm watch goes, goes until midnight. Is this, let's see, anything for Overton? Let's see, Overton is located. West of Car. Yes. Where is it? There it is. Yes. Right now, it's closing in. If you live in Overton, take shelter now. You have a warning. I'm hoping, I mean, I know you're asking that. Is there anything for Overton, Candy? Hopefully, you have a way to be alerted instead of just me, because you've had a warning for a while now and it's like on top of you now. It's for thunderstorm warning for southeastern Custer County. So, but yeah, Candy, take shelter. Southeastern Custer County for 70-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Let's see. Is this a derecho type storm? Here's the thing about derechos. They're really hard to occur. They don't happen very often, maybe once a year. This is a regular thunderstorm. Derechos aren't classified as such until a lot of time and effort is put into seeing how wide the storm was and how long it was, and if the winds exceeded severe weather criteria during the entire time. No, this is not a derecho type storm. I don't think there's any way this could be a derecho. There's no way. They got to be on the ground a very long time, and basically doing. I mean, it would have to be a straight line winds for, I think it's 400 miles, and it's just they're difficult to achieve. Kind of like a EF5 tornado. You don't really know it's an EF5 tornado until you go back and look at it. Same thing goes with a derecho. You don't know it is until after. I mean, you can kind of tell it might be happening, but you have to look at what it did to see if it was a derecho. Now, will this have wind? Yes. 70-mile-per-hour winds? Yes. Heavy rain? Yeah. A lot of lightning? Yep. Jeez. Some hail? That's starting to become less and less of a feature, but when there's clusters, you see there's a cluster there, there's a cluster there, and there's a cluster there. Those are more, and even this, but this is turning into wind right there. But those north between O'Neill and North Platte, probably some hail in there. But when it turns into a line like this, that's more of a wind threat. I'm sure, Candy, you're right in the thick of it. If you're in Overton, I'm sure the winds are bad. It's probably raining like crazy. A lot of lightning. You're right in the middle of it. So I'd stay away from windows just in case. Not because the wind is going to blow your windows out, but it can pick things up and throw things at your windows. So I would stay away from windows. So looking at the instability, that hasn't really changed much. It's still very unstable atmosphere here. I mean, you're between high and extreme. So the wind, I mean, as long as that stays like that, now it's not like it just sits there and it's always like that. It's ever changing. It's like the ocean, you know, you get a pool of warm water in one area and then it just kind of moves. So just because it's there now doesn't mean it'll be there after sunset. So keep that in mind. I mean, we're still a couple hours away from sunset. But will it last? We'll see. I mean, the storms are still several hours away from the circled area, especially Lincoln, Beatrice, and Omaha. So we'll see if that severe weather potential happens, because there's that watch. But I know the question on everybody's mind, will we see a watch right there? And the answer is, it's possible. B, that's absolutely right. It's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing. I like that. That's good. Might use that. Unless you have a trademark. Do you have a trademark? Hope not, because that's good. I like that. Hail. Good. Good to know, not good. Thank you, Candy. Be safe. I mean, that storm is, there's two parts to that storm moving into that Overton area. And I'm guessing that pink right there, there's Overton. So the bigger hail's right there. Candy's right there in Overton. So between Elm Creek and Overton is the bigger hail. So you're probably just on the edge of some hail. Ooh, Charles Hullett with a Jimi Hendrix quote. Very nice. Yeah, we're not alone in this either. Like Craig just said there. It's big line right there. Ooh. But watch this part of the storm. See that? How it's quickly pushing that way? That's where you get that severe thunderstorm warning. It's pushing out very quickly. This is quickly evolving right now. Whoops. Not that one. That one. It's quickly starting to bow out like that. Sky's greenish. The reason behind that is when the sun reflects through hail, it turns things green. Now, when the sun reflects through water, that's where you get the rainbow. When it reflects through air, you get blue, which is why the sky's blue. When it reflects through hail, it's a greenish color, usually. You know what's weird on this? We don't have just a pen to draw. Just,
Yeah.
you know?
We have like the circle.
Yeah.
We don't have like a pen. Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know.
Huh.
You either have the arrow
Yeah.
or a circle.
I know. It's like I want to just draw. Why can't I just draw on things? Let's see. There you go with your lasso again, joining up all the storms to help ensure Lincoln gets some rain. Let's point a couple of things out. I was watching your comments, Kathy, and I know everybody thinks Lincoln always misses out on the rain. Well, what do you think? Is there someplace like, how about right there? Is there something stopping the storms from happening there? No, it's just what the storm is doing. How about over here? Look at that. What's going on there? Is there something stopping the storms from happening right there? Is there a D word above that area? Look at that. Right in the middle of all those storms, nothing. Berwyn. Of course, they had a bunch of severe weather earlier. How about right here? I mean, look at all this. Nothing going on there. Nothing going on here. What's going on? So it's storms don't hit the same place over and over again. So everybody thinks, oh, storms weaken when they hit Lincoln. Storms, and it seems like I have to talk about this every time, but people bring it up every time. strong storms don't happen in Lincoln over and over and over and over again. Wouldn't that be weird if every single time we had a strong storm nail Lincoln? It's not how storms work. 9 times out of 10, they're going to be weaker storms. But there's always that one time. I mean, just think about the last 4 or 5 storms. The last 4, there were 4 of them that kind of weakened as they moved towards Lincoln. And there was that one time, though. Nobody remembers that, but there was that one time that, and it was like 2 weeks ago, damaging winds, 70, 75 mile per hour winds. Trees were down all over the place. But nobody remembers that. They remember the 4 other times that it was just a normal, weaker storm. For all the conspiracy theorists, in my 70 years, I have seen it rain on one side of the street and not the other. That's what thunderstorms do. For 70 years, they've been doing that. I feel like they get it much more in the Columbus area, not so much Lincoln. I guarantee you, if you move to Columbus, you'll think the opposite. Columbus will always get missed and Lincoln will always get hit. Guarantee you. Because wherever you live, you're watching for that. You're watching for wherever you live. And I've heard it every single market I've ever worked in. No matter what town people live in, they think they get missed all the time because they're watching their town. And storms miss they don't hit every single time. That's just how it works. People want storms to hit their city for some reason, and when it doesn't, they remember it. It's like snow in boys state basketball. They think it snows every single time. It doesn't, but they remember when it does. 72 mile per hour wind in Odessa in Buffalo County. That's a gust. Keep that one. Let's see, going back here. Gained 1 point for mentioning Ozzy the other day. Cool, I'm up to a point. Candy saying, I'm glad you're here. Appreciate it. At what time will the storms be arriving in Lincoln? After midnight. Nebraska is pretty flat. Trends change each year, but it balances over longer periods. Can't just look at a single or even a couple of years. Very true, Craigs. Getting hail big time. When it's done, Candy, go outside and see how big they are. Let me know. I mean, are they quarter size? Are they pea size? Don't say marble, because there's different sizes of marbles. Size of an egg, size of an apple, size of a golf ball. Let me know. Just keep that in mind. .58 miles per hour in Riverdale in Buffalo County. So it seems like Buffalo County is getting hit pretty hard with wind. Pea size? Okay, thanks, Candy. Banana size hail. That's good. Okay, let's see what that's saying. That flashing yellow part right there is, let's see. Severe thunderstorm located along a line extending from near Mason City. It was just there a week or 2 ago. To Amherst near Elm Creek, moving east at 55 miles per hour. 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Wow, 70. That makes sense. I mean, if you look, see how it's bowing out all of a sudden? It's kind of going like this. Before, see what it looked like before? It wasn't much of anything. Then all of a sudden it just started pushing out, boom, like that. That's where you get that wind. That wind pushes it out. Here's another interesting spot. Look at this. The storms are just diminishing right here. Nothing in between that. Why? That's what storms do. I feel like I need to start showing where the storms aren't more often, because I focus so hard on the really strong, like this right here. Big, strong storm over Elk Creek. But there are so many places not seeing storms, like there and there. Not everybody sees storms. And I guarantee you, Ord doesn't get hit that often. Broken Bow doesn't get hit that often. It's rare for a strong storm, even a medium-sized storm, to hit the same place over and over again. It's usually 1 out of 10 times. I think this is right up here. This is recycling. Kind of like hurricanes, they'll be spinning around and they kind of weaken, and the wall wobbles and then it recycles and gets stronger again. I think that's what's happening in north central Nebraska. That is eventually going to join forces with this down here. See how this it's its own thing right here? So this up here is like out of sorts. It's like it's not connected. So it's going to kind of recycle, and eventually all of this, like this, it's almost there. It's getting there. This out here, though, that's just going to hang out and wait to be caught up to. Is 55 miles per hour fast for a storm to move? Not really. That's usually how fast when they start to line up like this. That's 40 to 50 miles per hour. 55 is a speedy one, but not unheard of. Is it true if you live in a valley, it goes around? No, not at all. Valleys, think about that. The storm is, thousands of feet up above. It doesn't care what's underneath. That doesn't do anything to storms. Neither does water. People look for reasons why storms do what they do, and when it's easy like that, when it's a valley, oh yeah, that makes sense. I get it. It's easy to think that. Another 56 mile per hour wind gusts in Buffalo County near Riverdale. It's an easy. I think the old timers back in the 30s tried to come up with reasons, and rivers were a reason. Valleys. They even came up with silly ones like Indian burial grounds or whatever. They look for explanations because they don't know the science. Nobody wants to take calculus to understand why weather does what it does. It's hard. Trust me, I know. But valleys have zero influence. Rivers, lakes, there's minimal. Everything affects everything, but will it stop storms dead? No. There's a lot to weather, a lot to it. It's like trying to figure out ocean currents. It's almost insanely impossible to figure it out. But that's why people take math classes. I took a math class every single semester of my college career, because that's what this is. It's not valley. No, not one class, not one meteorology class. Hang on, Dominic. You just graduated college. Did you ever take a college class about how valleys influence weather?
No.
No, didn't think so. Radar apps, Spartic asks. I use Radar Scope. I've had it forever. There's others out there, but I don't use any other. I don't use the Weather Channel. I don't use any of those for forecasting, because I forecast myself. And is there a reason you're not using raw level 2 NextRad radar data? Because it doesn't feel like I need to. 99 out of 100 people wouldn't know the difference. And if I need to drill down and get very, very specific, if there's very strong storms and rotation and stuff like that, I'll do that. But using what I'm using now is comfortable. So that's why. Your dad took calculus, Candy? What's he do for a living? So yeah, what Craig said, it's easier to see. Is it exactly right? No, but is it easier to interpret? For the most part. I'm an on-air meteorologist, so I try to do things that I think viewers would want to see. The science side of it is different. Let's see. Years go by and it seems to get worse, Candy said. Are you talking about storms? Oh, look at that. Boy, if you live in the Panhandle, look at that. I have family that live in this area right here, so I always like to keep an eye on that spot. Over the years, storms seem to be getting worse, and there's another theory, and I'll explain it by talking about something else that happened. Way back when Interstate 80 was being built, and all the interstates were being built, but specifically in Nebraska, after the interstate was built and the cars started driving back and forth on the interstate, there started to be more and more and more reports of tornadoes, especially in the spring and summer months. And everybody started blaming the interstate. But what they figured out later was, no, there's actually more people on the interstate to report the tornadoes. So there weren't more tornadoes, it's just there was more eyes out there to report them. That's kind of what's happening now, is with severe weather and with tornadoes and everything else. Think about all the YouTube channels out there now dedicated to doing what I'm doing right now. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everywhere, talking about severe weather. It's constant. It's constant. So it seems like there's more and more and more. There's not. I can guarantee you, 20 years ago when I was doing this at the other station, exact same amount of severe weather. In fact, I think there was a little more at times. I remember being so frustrated by a couple of years, especially 2004. So we'll see what happens here. We've got a watch. Goes until midnight, which is 5 hours away. It's like how there's more lottery winners in California because they have more people than anywhere else. That's a heck of a way to look at it. That's absolutely right. Ketchup 311. What an awesome name. That's good stuff. All that's on my screen watching the storm roll into Kearney right now and is Rusty and Radar Scope. Cheers. So now, if you look at this is interesting. This is being lost. It's not following all of this. So we'll see. This area right here might be left in the dust. Will there be a tornado in Michigan? I'm sure someday. Right now, though, I guess the UP maybe. Doesn't look like it though. Ooh. Over by Albert Lee. It's a pretty strong storm headed towards Austin. I used to live in Austin. You know what's in Austin, Minnesota? Spam museum. It's kind of like Fremont, you know, where they make spam, or used to make spam. It's a cool museum, though. If you're ever in Austin, Minnesota, go to the Spam Museum. I know it sounds, you're like, what? Are you kidding me? No, it's pretty cool. Let's see. Starting to get a few more people here. Will Polk County get rain? Polk County. So it looks like it might miss us. I'm not sure why you're saying that, because Polk County is, which one is it? That's Polk County. And this is headed right at you. So why are you saying it looks like it might miss us? I'm genuinely interested in why you think that, Lori Richards Gunter. I mean, why would you think that? What are you looking at? I gotta know. See, there's a warning downstream, right before Polk County. Does include Grand Island. I might have to go on air for this one. Jeez, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. We'll give it a minute. I'm not going to interrupt Who Wants to Be a Millionaire just yet. But a severe thunderstorm warning for Clay, Adams, Kearney, Hamilton, Buffalo, Sherman, Merrick, Howard, and Hall County until 7:45 for quarter-size hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is a big warning. Let's see. Is it lining up east of McCook, though? Oh, yeah, I guess it's trying. Yeah, you're right. Is there a Kool-Aid museum in Hastings? I think so. Just judging by the way the radar is looking, it looks like it might miss. Okay. I'm not sure what radar you're looking at, but that cluster right there is headed right towards Polk County. So just keep an eye on it. And I mean, there's all of this headed that way. There's all of this headed that way. I just keep an eye on it. Future radar at Weather Underground says it goes right past Grand Island, but I like your map better because I want that rain. I mean, I'm sure this is current radar. This is happening now. Lincoln getting hit. It'd probably be after midnight. So we'll see. If this line of storms can hold together, all of eastern Nebraska would have the chance. Right there. So all of that is going to eventually move like this. God, I was kind of following him for a little bit, and I don't know. I mean, as long as you're getting information from a trusted source that's letting you know when to keep an eye on storms and how to be safe, I don't care who you follow. Is the storm still strengthening? It hasn't been strengthening for a while now. It's been evolving at the same strength for the last 3 hours or so. It is losing strength down here a little bit. It's trying to regenerate up here. So it's the strongest right here in the middle of the storm. But it hasn't been strengthening for quite some time. 54 miles per hour in 4 miles east-northeast of Kearney in Buffalo County. Kind of want to keep an eye on this Grand Island one, though. I may cut in when that gets closer to Grand Island. And when I say cut in, I mean on TV. Of course, I don't want to... The hard part about being a television meteorologist is you don't want to annoy people at home. So people in Lincoln, nothing. Look at that. Nothing happening in Lincoln. So if I cut in to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire for a storm that's happening 100 miles west of where they're located, how do you think they're going to take that? Now, on the reverse side of that, say you live in Grand Island and you're watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on Channel 8, and the potential is there. I mean, Ravenna, Shelton, Kearney. You're like, I want to know what's going on. You're happy about that. But the people in Lincoln and Seward and Beatrice, not so much. So what do I do? What would you do? What would you do? If you lived in Grand Island, would you want to know? And what if you lived in Lincoln? Would you be okay with that? Or would you be like, oh no? What makes a storm strong? 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or higher and big hail. And I haven't seen any big hail, but I've been seeing the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But I've been seeing that for a while now, so it's been holding its strength for a while. How do you know it's strengthening? If the wind gusts get bigger and the hail sizes get bigger, which we haven't really seen. I've been seeing 53 and 54, 51 mile per hour wind gusts for the last hour, so it's holding steady. The reports I'm getting are telling me nothing has been strengthening, but it hasn't been weakening either. It's holding whole. I don't even want to go look what's his name is talking about on Facebook. The Lincoln Kearney TV viewing area feels a little too big. When I lived in Lincoln, I missed being with the Omaha stations. In Omaha, you go all the way into Iowa. That's a different market altogether. And it does not include the capital city. Will that make its way to Lincoln? Joshua Henning says hi.
Oh, hi Josh.
He says hi. And that's right now. It looks like Lincoln will see something. Will it be strong or severe? To TBD. All for the people. Got to warn everyone, regardless, says Patrick. And that's 9 times out of 10. That's what I try to do. But I mean, if like earlier, there were 2 tornado warnings, but they were all over rural areas. I mean, there was a tornado on the ground in a rural area, so I made the executive decision to just cut in because it was on the ground, but I did not stay on because it wasn't affecting anybody. There's storm chasers everywhere. But thanks, Jeff. Can you check Bemidji, Nebraska? I guess it just looks to me like it was moving more northeast than it really is. I'm no meteorologist. It's okay, Lori. I'm just keep an eye on things. And storms change too, that's fine. If just as long as you're watching, that's all that matters. When it gets close to you, that's when you want to start to take action. So have a plan. Know if that storm does eventually get into your neck of the woods, have a plan. Know where you're going to go. What are you going to do as soon as a warning is issued for Polk County? Where are you going to go? There you go. Bemidji, Minnesota. I would love some rain in Lincoln. You know how many times I hear that a day? I mean, in real life and online, it's amazing. It's like, and people tell me all the time, we need rain. It's like, I'm a meteorologist and a climatologist. I know this. Minnesota, we'll look real quick because I'm interested. There you go. Bemidji's way up north, so you're good. I think I've been to Bemidji too, but it's been a while. You're welcome, Lori. Seems like the middle to middle east Nebraska has gotten the brunt of the storms this season. Yeah, that's another thing. That's a good point. Josh was saying there's sometimes you get stuck into these patterns. So some areas do see storms, more regularly than others, but it doesn't mean that it's happening every single time. Because when you think of Lincoln, when you think of how big the actual city is compared to the state of Nebraska, it's just a little pin dot. It's just a little tiny little thing. So it's hard for strong to severe storms to hit that exact spot. Same thing with Grand Island. Same thing with Hastings and Kearney and Broken Bow and North Platte and O'Neill and even Omaha. I mean, it's hard to hit those little dots with the strongest part of the storm over and over and over again. So when people say storms go over, around Lincoln or around Grand Island or around whatever, that's not the case. It's this tiny little dot, and storms are big. I mean, look how big this is. It goes from O'Neill to McCook. That's like 300 miles. Having the strongest part of the storm hit directly over a little pinprick, it's hard to do. Omaha was crazy busy last year with this year, hardly anything. Case in point. How is Sioux Falls doing? Any alerts? Nope. Nothing for Sioux Falls. Let's see. And Craigs is asking, this is latest from the National Weather Service, still 70 mile per hour wind potential. That's the potential. Every single warning isn't going to give you 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Most of them are going to be 50 to 55 miles per hour, but the potential is there for 70 miles per hour. So even though you're not seeing the 70 mile per hour wind gusts over and over again, the potential is there. Let's see. I don't know what that is, big boy, but if you're trying to spam us, I'll just block you. I'm really quick at it. So one warning, and it's that big one right there. Fifth thunderstorm. Let's see. What trained weather spotters estimated winds around 70 miles per hour near Ravenna. So, yeah, call me bro. That'll help. My son doesn't even call me bro. Let's see. So trained weather spotters are estimating winds around 70 miles per hour near Ravenna. So where is Ravenna? That is on the other side of Grand Island. So right there. So those storms rolling through Ravenna, 70 miles per hour. Let's look at something here. Let's look at the velocity. So yeah, that right there between Ravenna and Kearney. Let's look at that. Okay. So that right there, that's 68 miles per hour. We're going to keep looking at this. I'm just going to kind of hit a couple of different spots in this area right here. In fact, let me circle it. It's this. Oop, it moved. Okay, so I'm going to do this. See that point right there in the middle? That little blue dot is 74 miles per hour. So that's probably what the storm spotters are seeing. And then there's this just southeast of that blue dot is 58 miles per hour. So while that right there is 74, this down here is 58. So when you start to see these lighter blues, that's 58. So big boy, welcome. We get a lot of spam and weird things going on. So you asked about Bemidji right away, and then started talking about whatever 12 hurricane is. I don't understand what you're saying. So ask some legit questions, and we'll get you some legit answers. Welcome, by the way. Appreciate it, because my son you're the same age as you, I'm assuming. Emergency manager reports 70 mile per hour winds in Ravenna. So there you go. There's that. So when I'm looking at the velocity layer on radar, how high is this being measured at, and how does that relate to what's on the ground? That's a really good question. It depends on the level of the radar. For instance, this one, let's see, elevation 212 is what I'm looking at. So it's a couple hundred feet up. But that can translate, I mean, it has translated to reports on the ground. So that's why you need storm spotters and people like that to confirm what is being seen on radar. So yeah, the radar cannot be on the ground, cannot be 6 feet above the ground where your head is at. It's impossible because it runs into stuff, right? So it's got to be above the ground a little bit. They try to keep it as low as they can, but they know how low they can go. So they need people on the ground looking and measuring and doing all the dangerous work while the National Weather Service meteorologists are in their cushy area. Yeah, that is broad rotation. I mean, that's right there. But it's broad. You need it to be smaller. On radar scope, the gust front is getting ahead of the storm. Will that weaken these before they make it to Omaha? Usually, when you get that gust front pushing out ahead of it, that means the storm will eventually weaken. But it doesn't mean it can't strengthen back up, which is what we saw in Lincoln a couple of weeks ago. Do you see this as a potential for spin up with distance from radar? I'm not sure what that means. But do I think there's going to be a tornado? I don't think so. This is kind of a mess, though. We'll see. I mean, this is evolving. See how this right here, that showed up. Oh, look at that. Hang on. We got to look at that a little more closely. And look at now. See this storm right there? This between Greeley and St. Paul. This, okay, it started forming at 7, and by 7:20 it was a full-fledged storm. So it's evolving. Yeah, and it's warned. Just as I was looking at it, they threw a severe thunderstorm warning on it for Greeley, Sherman, and Howard County. I love it when I'm ahead of the National Weather Service by a couple of seconds. But it's starting to evolve. This is all turning into that right there. And then this up here may try to catch up with it. So we'll see. Not every storm is perfect. Could the tail behind the main gusty storm form a tornado or become severe coming up towards Kearney? If the timing's right, anything can happen. I mean, yes, it can happen. Is it likely? No. The fire chief in Howard County, Bullis, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Isn't July supposed to be peak storm season for Lincoln? No, June is really. I think I remember you saying something about that a couple of months ago. No, July is not. It's May usually. June, like late May, early June, that's usually your peak. July typically isn't. It's usually too hot. But this year has been completely different. Mesoscale for heavy rain. Yeah, that makes sense. Because this thing wasn't moving very fast. And there's still rain out there. I mean, notice all of this has been sitting there for the last, well, that's an hour loop. Does height affect a tornado spawning? Okay. There's a lot that goes into tornadoes, and okay, big boy, I warned you. Okay. Knock it off. 50 to 55 mile per hour wind gusts in Shelton, Buffalo County. But yes, there can be different heights of tornadoes. Getting back to Joshua's question, you can have tornadoes that are way up there. More often than not, though, they're surface based. They don't go very high. It's just because that's not how they work. They have to be near the ground. Once things are aloft and higher, it's much harder. That's usually a hail threat or a dangerous wind. But you need to be close to the surface for those tornadoes to form. The way that line north of Kearney snaps forward is impressive. Yeah, I agree. That's where your wind is at. Okay, it's flashing. Let's see what that has to say. That right there, the latest 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. Trained weather spotters are seeing this. So they've extended the warning. It goes through, it's not to Grand Island yet, but it is going to affect Grand Island, St. Paul, Gibbon, Wood River, Shelton, Doniphan, Caro, Alda, Palmer, Giltner, Dannebrog, Chapman, Phillips, Elba, Ashton, Howard City, Farwell, Rockville, Cushing, and St. Liberty. This goes until, where's it at? 7:45, and it's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So, let's do this. I'm going to zoom in on this this warning. Go now. And like this, and it's 45 miles an hour. There you go. Gibbon, Shelton, exit 291, Wood River, Northwest High School, and GI. Grand Island by 7:52, so about 20 minutes. You don't have to leave, big boy. Just try to keep it weather related. People are asking weather questions. Their homes and their lives are in peril right now. So talking about who's from Bemidji is not a great thing to do right now. But appreciate having you here. Let's see. Well, let's take a look. See if we can look west. Might as well start looking. I mean, that's probably, Lincoln is only 90 miles away from those storms, so. See if Honda of Lincoln camera sees something. Oh yeah, starting to see the blow off from it. We'll take a look at this one. Hey, Dominic, do you have this, the ability to move the cameras?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm gonna move this camera around. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Let's look at this one. This one there. Okay. Okay, let's go. I don't think we're gonna see anything. Move this. It's a weird time of day. There's a tower. All right, so we're not gonna see anything on that. I think we'll see storms after midnight, Travis. The severe threat is small. Shelf cloud on the one in Grand Island. Cool. I lost where I was at. It's not smoky out that I know of. Those are just clouds. That'd be cool, Joshua. Or you can send it to Dominic. He's sitting right over here too. Yeah, this And you're right, Craigs, this storm is moving like this. But what I'm watching is there's some development down here. So you always got to watch 55 mile per hour wind gusts near Shelton in Buffalo County again. A lot of reports coming from Buffalo County. We're not allowed to comment on how the storm looks. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean, Jeff. Sorry. I don't have any cameras. Well, wait a minute. Let me see. Hang on. I got one in Aurora. That might be a good one to look at. Let me look. Okay, we're gonna watch the Aurora camera here real quick. Get that one all lined up. I have another feed. I'm seeing the storm and it was removed. Oh, ooh, 73 miles per hour in Wood River in Hall County. All right. Power out in Ashton. Thanks, Kayla. Holy crap, what did... Oh my god.
I got some ribeye and pasta that I made earlier.
JH7, yeah, you can go to klkntv.com and we have weather cams on there that you can look at. I brought a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Did you make that?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, dude, Jeff, you're not stepping on my toes. I just didn't know what you were talking about. Could that stuff above McCook's strength and get bigger become a threat? Sure, and it might not. I mean, right now, forecasting like that is near impossible because there's so much going on that outflow boundaries and moisture and low-level jet and where everything's happening is happening in real time. So forecasting is next to impossible for stuff like that. Can it happen? Yes. Will it happen? Probably not. Pretty pronounced outflow boundary from Grand Island south to Nebraska-Kansas border. Yeah, I think that's what I'm watching right there. Let me change up things here. Yep, right there. You can see it. And if you're wondering what we're talking about, this is the outflow boundary. And that's probably creating a pretty cool shelf cloud. And if that gets too far out in front of the storm, it will weaken the storm. Okay, just wanted to post to Facebook. I could probably do that to Twitter too. Oh. Got your picture, Joshua. Thank you. Sideways. That's a cool looking storm. Nice. Thank you. Okay, reminder, severe thunderstorm watch until midnight for that area. Now, here's where you got to figure stuff out. So I'm going to try to add. No, I'll do it this way. So there's the warning now. Or that's where the storm is at now. So notice the strongest, I hit the wrong button. This one, like this. This is the strongest area, right? So, I put all the watches and warnings up there, but there's your watch. So it's basically in the middle of it now, maybe even on the right side of it somewhat. So by the time this particular storm gets over here, I mean, it's not far from the edge of this watch, and it's only 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's like 4.5 hours left in this watch. This will likely get out of the watch area before midnight. So if that happens, they will cancel. They'll probably start canceling these right over here. That's how that works. But I'm interested to see if this storm remains severe, and it's really just this pocket right here. If that remains severe once it gets to like right here, or up here, depending on the direction, what will happen? We'll see. But it does have a northeasterly component to it. This is definitely sliding like this. But there's also this stuff down here trying to move that way. So I'm sorry, let me, uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's different. No, YouTube. Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the YouTube. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what the latest information is. Power lines down in Ravenna, in Buffalo County. It's about 20 minutes ago. So, damaging wind gusts are a go. So I just added the severe thunderstorm watch area. So this is kind of what I was looking at. Because you've got the line right here. That's where that's the severe part of the storm. It's moving like this. It'll probably be out of that watch box shortly. But there's all this too. Be fun to watch. Let's see. Most of the eastern third of the state would love some rain right now. I think all of Nebraska. Well, I mean, there's some spots that kind of got some flooding not too long ago. Hi there, Cameron. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. And we'll see. I mean, this might start dwindling in strength. I wouldn't mind that if it would just turn into rain instead of 70-mile-per-hour winds. Are the storms in northwest Kansas severe? No. Nope. They are not. Hi, Lentz. Norman just popped a new mesoscale discussion for that area. For what area? Oh. Sorry, I didn't see that. Power lines down in Bolus. Let's see. Didn't see a new mesoscale discussion. Did you see a new? Yeah. I don't think there is a new mesoscale discussion. Usually, mesoscale discussions, when they're new severe thunderstorm warning for Greeley, Nance, Hamilton, Merrick, Howard, and Hall until 8:30. That's going to include Carroll, Woolbach, Cushing, Palmer, St. Liberty, Grand Island, and Belgrade around 8. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, just trying to do a little upkeep here. Okay, so okay. Sorry. I feel better. Can't have a messy house. Yeah, I don't see any new mesoscale discussions. And if there was in the watch area, mesoscale discussions in watch areas are just talking about the current watch. Let's see. Whoa, okay. What's the Cape? It's high east of the storms. So that it's running into fuel. So these storms should continue to be on the strong side. Should they want to. Let's see. You're welcome, Mark. Lentz Jean, what the heck are you? All right, keeping an eye on you. New storm warning, still reporting 70-mile-per-hour winds, yeah. Storm check. Wind just kicked up in Midtown Grand Island. Thanks, Blue. St. Paul has to be getting rocked right now. Well, let's look at the, let's go here. Grand Island velocity. I'm not seeing really strong winds anymore. Let me get a different one here. Let's look at OAX. Okay, there you go. Okay, St. Paul, yeah. So I'm going to be looking, I'm going to be sampling this area right here. So you're looking at 65 miles per hour, 67 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour. So when you see like these kind of blue shades right here and right there, right there, that's what I'm going to be looking at. That right there is 66 miles per hour. So that's some strength. That's some good wind gusts right there. But that's higher up. That's not near, like right at the surface. So keep that in mind. But storm spotters have been saying that there's been 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Looks like St. Paul. Boy, that's something to keep an eye on right there near St. Paul. That right there. What does that look like on radar? Hang on. Okay. That's just some heavy rain coming down all at once. But yeah, if you look at it this way, that right there, that line that's like 60 mile per hour plus wind gusts right there. Jose, it would be, the potential's there for Lincoln later on tonight. Hi, Thunder King. All right, Lince is getting blocked. Nice talking to you. Destroyed shed north of Ravenna in Sherman County, 3 miles southwest of Rockville. Okay. And the watch was just extended. So, where was it extended? This is going to tell us here in just a second. Right there. Okay. So, did you see what was extended? That's what it was. So watch watch this area right here. So there's your extension of your severe thunderstorm watch, which does include, Lincoln and Lancaster County. Okay, so now I got to do a little work here, you guys. Make sure it goes until midnight, so that's good. Okay. So Lancaster County was added. Okay. Need to put some what's the worst Lincoln could see? 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts and 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. That's probably the worst. Is that what I think it's going to see? No. Going to be doing, I got to update some things here, folks. So basically everything along and north of Interstate 80 to Lincoln is now in the severe thunderstorm watch. If you're asking questions, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just updating some things here on Facebook and stuff like that. Got a lot of social media I have to keep updated. Should see how many pages I have here. Almost done. I'll be back to answer your questions here in just a bit. Almost done, almost done, almost done, almost done. Okay. Gotta copy that. So now is a good time to, if you live in Lincoln or anywhere along I-80 or north, to have a plan. Know if a warning is issued, where are you going to go? What are you going to do? Because people that plan and know what to do, when to do it, are a lot more likely to avoid being hurt or damage. I mean, sometimes you can't help damage, it is what it is. But people that are ready tend to do better off than people that just wait and see what happens. And that's, I mean, you could say that about life in general, I suppose. Getting all philosophizing on you here. You know what's hard to do in Teams is attach a picture. You gotta go through so many click, 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 click. Okay, so that's that, that's that. Well, I thought I posted something. Where did that go? Huh. What did I do? I thought I posted something somewhere. Shoot. Wonder if I did it over here. Sorry, just. Boy, I don't know. I thought I posted something on Facebook and now I cannot find it. That's weird. Okay, I'll do it again. Let's see. When would storms hit Lincoln? Just to kind of catch all that one. Probably in the next couple of hours. Let's see. Copy link address. Nope. That's really weird. I don't know. Maybe I was doing it so fast. I did something and I don't know where it went. No, I don't want to create. Dang it. Okay. There we go. Okay. Now back to YouTube. Sorry, I was gone for a little bit there. Let me get back up here. All right, so storm chasers. Frustrating thing about sirens. Sometimes certain places sound them for strong winds, but not tornadoes. It's inconsistent. That's yeah. iCraig's is right. Sirens mean something different for every single town. So if you wherever you live, find out what do they sound them for. For the city of Lincoln, they'll sound them for anything that might be dangerous. So it could be anything. Let's see, 58 mile per hour wind gusts in Hall County. Severe thunderstorm warning for Platte and Boone. 8:45 for Greeley, Valley, and Howard for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and small hail. So the hail is going away. Power line down Abbott North Road, and it is sparking 4 miles northwest of Grand Island in Hall County. That's good to know. Be careful there, folks. Let's see. Yeah, tornado sirens aren't just necessarily tornado sirens. They can be, if there's a wind gust at 70 mile per hour or whatever it is. Every town and city is different. So wherever you live, find out why they sound the sirens. Everybody's talking about Jim Flowers. I haven't looked at it. I really don't care what he says, unless it was about me personally. And if it was about me personally, then I'll go look at it. But if it's not, then I don't care. Power lines down north of Kearney, in 7 miles northeast of Riverdale in Buffalo County. I remember, and this was a phone I had years ago. It's like one of the first iPhones. But I remember one night when I was over at the other station, and I got so many severe thunderstorm warning text messages from the National Weather Service that my phone was hot at the end of the night. I mean, it was literally like too hot to touch. Like, oh my God. Oh. Yeah, who knows what he's doing. I mean, I've seen a lot of things he posts, and I don't know. He can do what he wants to do. He's got his own Facebook page. Who cares? It's like, if he's going to go belligerent like that, okay, that's fine. So severe thunderstorm warning, basically, and you can see why. Look at that thing just bowing out like that. That is a solid reverse C right there. Goodness. Let's look at the wind gusts. Let's see what that's at right now. Just north of Grand Island. So I'm going to look at this area by St. Paul. That's where these numbers are coming from. 66 miles per hour, 58 miles per hour, 64 miles per hour. And keep in mind, these are, aloft a little bit. Sometimes when they come down, they catch a swoop, and they'll go even faster. That's why I've been seeing reports of 70 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm going to look at a different, I kind of want to see, let's look at Grand Island. Yeah, that's not showing anything. North Platte, look at that. Yeah, this northwest of St. Paul, that's seeing some strong winds. That area, 58, 55, 58. It's about the best I can do there. Goodland, too far away. North Platte, GI. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I didn't want to go read it. I mean, that's emergency manager shared pictures of flooding near Highway 30 in North Tyler and Elm Creek near their post office, standing water. Lincoln, I think, we'll probably see some gusty winds out of this. Will it be severe? We'll see. Here's the thing. I was talking about this earlier. See how not every part of this storm is severe. So if you live in Kearney right now, does that mean you missed out? Was the storm not strong for you? I mean, this is the area that is strong right now. How about Norfolk? How about O'Neill? See, the severe storm isn't hitting everywhere. It's hitting pockets of storms. So if Lincoln doesn't see strong storms tonight, is it just another case of Lincoln being Lincoln? No, it's how storms work. So will Lincoln see some storms tonight? I think we'll see storms, but I don't know if we'll see severe weather. Depends on how things set up. What will have to happen, and it's unlikely right now, but all of this down here is what's going to have to come into the Lincoln area, because this right here is obviously moving towards Norfolk and Columbus, even north of Omaha. Now, it's still possible. We've got that watch that's encompassing this area right here, but we're on the very southern fringe of it. So I think Lincoln sees storms, but the severe threat is lessening by the minute. Yeah, Bill Hartman, it's been that year. Oh, great. Dominic. That's funny that someone actually created a YouTube channel to piss me off. I mean, I'm just going to block you if you keep talking. So knock yourself out. Howard County was huge wind so far. Thanks, Bryn. They are canceling some of the watch further west. Is there a chance they will curve their direction? No. I mean, if you look at this whole thing, this whole storm is all moving this way. So for this to curve down and go like over here, I mean, that's not how storms work. Mike, that's funny. And then wouldn't that be hilarious if it was him? He doesn't have that. I doubt that. He's not the kind. He'll talk about it on the radio, but to do something like that, that's not him. He was my neighbor for a while. You get one more, and then you're gone. Yeah. From you? Yeah. That's all it takes. So LNK, one more. Go ahead. Just wait. Oh, there's no haters. This guy's just trying to get at me. So I'm just waiting for him so I can just block him. You get 3. One more. So I was going to cut in for Grand Island, but I mean, it's kind of missing Grand Island to the north. I mean, not really. I mean, if you live in South Grand Island, you're not seeing anything. If you live in North Grand Island, see, this happens in Lincoln too, right? Doesn't it? What do you think Wood River's thinking right now? Look at all these spots that are just getting missed. Shelton, Wood River. So it happens to a lot, if not all towns, more often than not. All the cities and all the towns, this happens. Storms miss more often than they hit. And not just the cities, not just Lincoln, not just Omaha. Happens all the time. Everywhere. That's the hard part. But you live where you live, so you notice it where you live. So it misses Grand Island 9 times out of 10, misses Kearney 9 times out of 10, misses North Platte 9 times out of 10, Hastings, Lincoln. But if you live in those cities, you notice it. So you think it happens to you all the time. It happens to everybody. Kansas. Okay. LNK, good one. I appreciate that. Ha. Mike, that was funny. That I'll allow that one. Don't yell at Mike. That was good. As if you know, you know. Yeah, Craig. That would be funny too. Thing is, Patrick, go to anybody that lives in Grand Island, and Grand Island people know that they are just lucky more often than not. Because when did the Grand Island tornadoes happen? 1980? I'd have to look. But after that happened, nobody in Grand Island even teases about that. They know they can get hit and get hit hard. Hallam knows that there's no such thing as something magically helping them. 1980. Okay. What's up?
No,
Oh, okay. Are you afraid of cameras?
grabbing my water bottle. Huh?
No. You act like you're afraid of cameras.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Hi, Craigs. They did get blasted with flooding last week, and the 1980, Mike, you're right. The tornadoes that blasted through Grand Island, 7 of them, I think it was. So you will never hear anybody in Grand Island talk about some magical thing ever, 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 ever. They know better. And it surprises me that Omaha thinks they have one, because Omaha's been hit many times by devastating tornadoes. So I don't know why they think they have one. Lincoln's been hit by tornadoes too, but just nothing devastating. Well, starting to see that storm move a little more east now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Nance, York, Hamilton, and oh man, this is going to hit Lincoln at 9, isn't it? Well, this goes until 9. Oh, how am I going to do this? What would I be doing now on an evening without any severe weather? Relaxing. I just want to relax. Nance, York, Hamilton, Merrick, Polk County, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This whole thing is just wind now. It's no longer hail related. So this right here and let's get rid of the radar. Oh, that's a mess, isn't it? Jeez. Let me zoom out here. Oops, wrong way. So that whole cluster right there is doesn't even make sense. I mean, it does when you look at the radar, but goodness. All right, so let's go back over to this. So now the question is, where does this storm go? Because there's obviously something pulling it this way, but that wind is going like this. So does it do this, or does it do this? And by the way, Polk County, I don't know who was asking me earlier. We were talking about, someone said Polk County looks like they're going to get missed. They're in the severe thunderstorm warning now. So if you live in Polk County, I was some nice lady. Let's see. Those warnings across the Hastings and OAX weather offices. Yeah, they are. They're right on the line. So that's why it's all messed up. That's good call, DXCV. Let's see. Me. Hi, Lori. Yep, you're under a warning. Just stay away from windows. Let's see if we can see this on any particular camera. This one. Nothing there. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Let's look on Honda of Lincoln. Not really. Allocam maybe? Do I still have this up? I do. Oh. Aurora. Yeah, let's look at Aurora. Hang on. Why is Owl camera down? Dang it. Okay, here's Aurora. This is showing some lightning at least. There was lightning. Oh yeah, there it is in the distance. You can see it. Alright, so just a reminder that there is a severe thunderstorm watch for all areas in yellow. This right here was added just recently, and it goes until midnight. Yeah, I mean, when you look at it from above, looks like everything's pulling northeast towards Columbus. But when you zoom in and look at it just like this, look at those last few frames. See, watch. Watch Central City. See how that's pushing towards York? So here's how things work inside storms, usually. Okay, the bulk of the storm, all of it, is moving like this. Okay, that's the general flow of the entire everything. I mean, not just where the storm's at, but even where there's no storm, so you can't see it, where there's no rain, everything is, that's the flow. You're getting from the southwest to northeast, a northeasterly flow. However, storms inside of it, like this right here, does its own thing. I mean, because it's a whole different part of the storm system. So it's moving like this. Now, it can't sustain that because it's rubbing up against the flow. So I'm thinking this is eventually going to push north of Interstate 80, but it's going to try. It will try to hug Interstate 80 for as long as it can. Just how long it's able to do that, the National Weather Service, and they're not doing YouTube right now. So they're looking at every single thing, every data point that they have available to them. And they have that line right there. They have it going to York and then up like this. So they are betting that it's going to try to hug Interstate 80 as long as it can, and then it will see what happens once it gets to Stromsburg and York. So see this bow right here? That's 70 mile per hour winds. Let's look at the sweeping radar. Let me look at this. Outflow is way out in front of it. Look at this. You can't see it here, but that outflow right there. See that? And it extends up to here. So it's trying to push. Let's see. How many lightning strikes? Lightning? You spelled lightning wrong, Cody, just by the way. Pet peeve. Apologize. Everybody does, though. Oops. Okay, so for Nebraska, $625. Ooh, we should do that. See who's closest. I like that. Lightning strike lottery. That's good. Is there a tornado threat for the Grand Island area? No, damaging wind threat for the Grand Island area. Cody. Yeah, the outflow's way out in front of it, Mike. It was my girlfriend. That's good. I hope she's not watching. Throw her under the bus like that. 4 miles northeast of Grand Island, 52 mile per hour wind gusts in Hall County. Let's see, what time is it? 8:20. So that one's okay. That one's okay. 20. Okay. Cancel those. That's good. Okay. Will Lincoln get the outflow? Oh, yeah. This is, God. I mean, we had 175. 72 mile per hour wind gusts in Merrick. 1 mile east southeast of Archer. You know what I think I'm going to do, folks? I need to go to a different part of the building because they're going to start recording stuff here in about 40 minutes. God, do I want to do that? Yeah. I think I should. Let's see. Yeah, I should, because I'm starting to ramp up on viewers. So, tell you what, kids, chat, friends, because I want to keep doing this, and we have to record stuff in this studio right here from 9 to 10. And so I'm going to have to stop, and I'm afraid it's going to get close to Lincoln. So I'm going to shut down, but I'm coming right back. So watch for the new link when I get set up over in a different part of the building. It'll probably take me 5 minutes to do. So I will be back in about 5 minutes.